A pluser. I don't know. We can maybe watch it later, but not right now. It also depends on the video in question. It is about fixing C. We might watch it later. Dobroveče, Stefan. Hello. Hey, Tool. Hello, late night people. Uh, yeah, we can. I should have started like an hour ago, but unfortunately, there were some situations that. I mean, you know how it goes. You want to do something, but then something distracts you, and now you are distracted. Uh, yeah, let's do this. So typical. Yeah. All right. I actually don't even remember what I was doing here. So I will need to kind of reread what the fuck did I wrote here? Did I write here? And first, oh right. Uh, so we have a new Jai beta. So I guess first I need to, you know, I need to update the code to use new Jai beta. Table find new. I will just find all the table find new, and we replace everything with table find. Yay, new Jai beta. It dropped like less than 24 hours ago. So I think that's it for this. And oh, right, this is because I'm using custom simp fork, so I need to update that as well. I use the free type module instead. And this is coming from so it's just like this, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Well, we build, certainly. And I remember also I realized that the way I started. Yeah, so I also realized that the way I'm doing this init doesn't work because I can't rely on the thread index. The reason being is that when I write it to the event fd, it actually can increment the current value, not just substitute it. And it seems like I can't really just straight up pass a value. At least not with event fd. Maybe I can do it with something else. So this means that I think the way yeah, I think the way I wanted to do this is I wanted to init this per thread and not just like in main, so I can reliably use thread index. Yeah, I don't really like that though. It means that now, well, you know what? Maybe we can check the threading module and see if there's, any way to kind of hook into it. There's like a data pointer which we can set. What else? So thread init. So we can do thread. 2715. Yep. Right. So it doesn't look like there's anything convenient to just, hook into it. I can set the stuff on the context. But then it doesn't really get passed around. Yeah. Well, I might just give up on this, on the log, and I might just try to implement as a context logger, and just say, okay, if you use regular log that logs strings, it's just, oh well, what are you gonna do, right? So what I can do is I can just not implement log myself. Instead, I can move this part to the context logger to here. And I can also just get the result in string. That whatever, whoever log passes. And I can just mem copy it into prepared string builder. No, not a string builder, to like prepared buffer per thread. I can do that. And then, what does it really give me though? Let's think. So what it gives me is that I don't really change log functions, so it simplifies the code. But then it means that the procedure that uses this log it becomes a bit more expensive because it has to go through the entire string builder shenanigans, like through formatting and deformatting it. And then it means that the code, like it means that it allocates an extra string that I need to somehow manage. Yeah, I am kind of sleepy today. I'm totally out of brain power. I woke up super early today. It was an extremely tiring day for me. And now I need to survive for like two more hours. So I can get my meds and go to bed. Anyway, yeah, I think this is just gonna be easy to do. And then in the context logger, I can accept the string. I can mem copy it into the per thread array. that the logger can the logger can lazily initialize it. Even more, maybe we don't like initialize some kind of, you know, like string arena per thread. Maybe instead what we can do is we can have like a flat pool of strings that we can log. Or not string, but string arrays rather. And then we mem copy into it, and then the actual like log visualizer or whatever it is that consumes the log will properly forward it. Yeah, how about that? And then we can implement like other logging stuff, other logging functions that can sort of work work on top of it. Yeah. So I think maybe that's the way we do it, because as I said, we can't use thread index on initialize when we initialize. Then when we do builder substrings, it becomes kind of hard to manage the free chunks, because as we read the substrings, all of them are kind of different. All of them have different length. And so when the builder wraps around, it's like hard to see if we have enough space or not. So I will probably try to do that. My other concern though is that yeah, so we have my logger here, and the issue that context logger accepts string, which is, you know, got a pre-allocated string, and then it has like a void pointer of a data. Yeah. So I was thinking, how do I log like arbitrary data structures? And I guess this is how we do it. We just accept them as void pointer, and then it can be it can be any or something, and then we can just cast them back. I don't really like that because it does type erasure, but not sure if there's any kind of way around it or something. Interesting to do. I kind of forgot about it. Right. So let's try to kind of shove it in. Well, first of all, I guess we just like if def it, right? So interesting. Oh, right. So look at this. Math module has something like interesting. So it has custom log procedure that does what exactly? Interesting. The fuck? What does it even do? Huh. This is... Oh, this is not logging. This is fucking logarithm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I just got completely confused by the naming here. Okay, cool. Never mind. Moving along. So this is because why this acts so weird is because in my main I did this. I imported basic without using log error. So yeah. Let's get it back. Match two possible overloads. Yeah, this is because naturally. And where are we back? What? All right, because we need to import basic here as well. Yeah, so we're back. So now we can implement our logger here that will use partially this stuff, right? So and logger accepts strings, then which is a void pointer, and then info, which is like log info. Was that a pointer? It was not a pointer. Yeah. And yep, returns nothing. Interesting that in Jai this and this are actually two different signatures. Just like as a side note, I guess. Excuse me. Yeah, so the logger from the thread, it will call this procedure, and then Valigo editor when, or you want is just some text editor. Let's do just like print. Kind of like this. And context. Right, and then we'll use default. Yeah, let's do runtime support default logger for now. Or maybe we even do. Maybe just do print. Yeah, so we'll do this, thread index, and then message. Right, and this should work, and then. All right, I need to set up init logging. So context logger should be like logger. And this logger, let's do like logger. Let's call it. I want this handle logging to do. Ah, there you go. Hey, Schwarznold Arznegger. Hello, welcome to the stream. That's a pretty cool name. Logging EFD poll, blah 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 blah. So yeah, all of this, all of that is kind of. What do I do with this? For now, no, I actually need this. I actually do need this. With the only kind of exception that, where does it get thread ID, yeah. So thread ID, oh. Yeah, maybe I can pass thread ID through data somehow? Hmm. Right, so I get the formatted message here, right? I need to put it, so the way I have it set up now is that every thread has like a string builder attached to it. So maybe, what is this NPCI music? It is Oblivion music. What are you talking about? It is super chill, yeah. Right. So what I can do is I can mem copy. Excuse me. I don't need, it means that I don't actually need builders anymore. So I don't need builders, I don't need right positions anymore, I don't need this anymore. I might come back to this idea of builder substrings, but for now I will probably like table it, because this like proof concept worked, but it's kind of, it was a bit too complicated, because now I have to pull like this crap around and yeah. So num builders, blah 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 blah. So I did this crap, so this is not gonna be needed anymore. Nice. So when I init, I need to allocate, so per thread, right? So let's think about it. Per thread, what do I need? I need a string array to show like logs into. And second thing that I need is I need like a thread ID. So thread ID will somehow, so it's not even thread ID, it's more like do I actually need it though? So what I'm looking for is like a classic multiple producer, single consumer thing. Right, so I need some kind of a like a logger thingy. Yo, Phoenix, hello. And this thing, it has like a head, like tail, which are, I don't know, you know. And so each thread just kind of writes. And tail is my consumer, which will read. And so the way I thought I will get around it is that instead of having head, single head, I will have actually multiple heads, like a head per thread. And then each time my producer wakes up, it will iterate over all heads, no matter how many kind of no matter how many of them actually wrote. Because this happens in a separate thread and it can just spin. Well, not spin, it can, you know, it will do like burst of work. That was the idea. It like wakes up, it does a work in a burst, then it kind of goes back to sleep. So that was kind of an idea. And I tried to get around this by introducing a string builder per thread, which in the end I didn't like how it behaved, or rather how hard it was to navigate all of them, which was implemented kind of like here, like a little bit. What do you mean L work? You mean this? So yeah, with this situation in mind, with this, if I have head and tail, I don't need thread IDs like at all. I can just like say, oh, you know, I don't need thread ID anymore. Because waking up, working in a burst, going back. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. This is me in my like rat race. So yeah. And I tried to rely on thread ID from the context. And I was trying to index builders by thread ID, but it proven to be unreliable. Not unreliable in a sense that, you know, thread ID would change, but unreliable in the sense that it's very hard to pass thread ID around. So I either need a separate data structure to store it, to say like, okay, which thread ID is currently active, and so I was using it here to get like, you know, which builder to iterate through. So either I do this, or I just iterate over all of the builders and over all of the substrings over all of the builders, which is like, it's kind of wasteful. So it's on a separate thread, so the main application won't really notice it, but it just feels weird. It is wasteful. It is actually wasteful. I don't like that. And all of that just so I don't have to store head, like, you know, who's currently writing, and potentially, you know, not having to what's the word, synchronize, yeah, like atomically synchronize like head and a tail. I was thinking just, you know, all of them will spam in their own builder and tail will try to keep up as best as they could, and the only way it can shoot, and the only place where it should potentially synchronize is where I wrap the builder around. And I was planning to wrap it after a second buffer, because string builders go with 4K allocated statically, and then I would think that, okay, if the 4K is over, I'll let it allocate another page, but then we have to like wrap around. And then on this wrapping, I actually had the problem where I would have to check, you know, how many bytes a string allocated, and potentially wait until like logger would collect it all. And I was thinking, how do I write it properly? And then I was actually watching Jonathan Blow's stream where he like worked, I think on the camera. It was either the camera or the editor, and he was talking about like multi-threading, like atomical stuff, and he was like, you know, if you have to, like, if your resource is contended, then you kind of fucked up, right? So the contention should be like a 0.00% case, and like 99% of the cases your resource should not be contended. So, and I was gonna write this whole complicated logic where I should really just put like a block, maybe actually not even do like atomic compare and exchange an atomic swap, but just literally put a fucking mutex and hope that it will just never happen, you know, in real life. And not really hope, it won't really be like a hope. It will be more like educated guess that I assume that consumer should be faster than producers. Because producers won't log as often as consumer will consume. So yeah. So instead of doing this crap, I guess I'll implement that. What else? What else does MPSC even need? Let me maybe open some like implementation. A POSIX multi-thread based. Okay, this looks promising. Actually, maybe not. Actually, maybe not, because it has a doxygen. It has a doxygen in the repo, and doxygen in the repo is kind of, you know, automatically like a red flag. Don't you agree? Is an attempt. And it uses mutexes. Rust has this shit in the standard library, by the way. Rust fixes this, okay. I was actually thinking about asynchronous sending of the work, but I didn't really like the prospects of implementing it. And it's not really the fact that you need to came up with some kind of future abstraction. It's more like when you log strings, you have an arguments of any type, which can be like any depth, and unless you like have a very clear sort of ownership situation, you can do it generically, you know. And so you would have to print every argument to a string first, and then copy it around, which is actually maybe not a bad middle ground. But anyway, yeah. What do we even have here? Next step, blah, blah, blah. New thread created for each registered producer. An additional thread for the consumer, sure. And then consumer uses a mutex and a condition variable to wait on a message, which message is signaled by producer by updating the condition variable state. Will hang even when the channel closure has been... Well, I don't have this issue with channel closure because I'm not gonna close the channels. Oh, there is like... Oh, this is like a doxygen, right? Yeah, this is fucking doxygen bullshit. Let's check the implementation, okay? Oh, this is just one single file of 800 lines of code, which is a little bit concerning because from what I've heard, this at least basic implementation shouldn't take this long. So maybe Maybe this is not like a basic implementation. Maybe this is something, you know. So, what the fuck is this? There's a header also. Where is it? This doesn't include. I hate headers. Error enum. Where is the struct? It is fucking it is fucking opaque. I hate opaque structs. Well, it means that it's just implemented here. La, la, la. But where is it implemented? Am I blind? Where is the struct MPSC? Oh. Why is it down below? Shouldn't it? Sorry guys, I don't write it. It was like a forward declaration or yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. That was like forward declaration of yeah. I don't write C, okay. I'm not like I was looking for it up there in the file. So this has a lot of crap. Buffer size, max producer, and then the pointer to a buffer. Pending message. So it's like whether it has something to read. This is something we probably don't need. Producers closed. Probably also don't need. Create and probably don't need. This is a pointer to a thread. Probably also don't need. This we might need for synchronization. How many producers are waiting? Next waiting producer ID. All right, mute access. The consumer thread. So this is kind of like a global state. Callback, error, callback. So this is our like log and log error potentially. We'll see what the consumer is. Producer count. I guess this is how many messages there is how many messages there are produced. And producer is actually pretty simple. It's a pointer to this thing, some kind of a user data, whether we are done, and the callback. All right. Let's see, create. So this is just right. My malloc. Look at this. Look at this very like good effort to avoid go-tos. Look at this. This is very cute. Because usually this is like a perfect, you know, situation where people would use go-to for error handling. Dijkstra would be proud. Right, so thread. So we actually log thread ID. Well, in our case, we know that main thread always has an index of 0 in case of JICE, so we don't really need to store it. Buffer size, max producers. Interesting that this uses like a single buffer. It doesn't concern itself with like buffers per thread or some shit like that. Which probably makes sense if you think about it. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Right, if you explicitly store the positions of who reads and who writes, you can totally see like using a single buffer. Bum, 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 bum. Producers close, just a bunch of initialization here. Locating conditional variables. Oh, so there is a conditional variable per thread. So it's not like each thread, knocks on the door like, hey, bro, tuk tuk tuk, I wrote something. It's more like an array of them. So this kind of mimics the thing I did with, builder per thread. But instead of having a buffer per thread, it has like we can call it a boolean per thread. It's not really a boolean, it's a conditional variable, but still. Waiting IDs, and this is how many of them are waiting. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right, so join is probably not something I need. Like in my case, I really shouldn't, like my thread should never get like suspended. Like this is just not a functionality I'm interested in. Right, so register producer, this is interesting. We get a producer, we initialize a bunch of crap, don't false, call back. Excuse me. So thread, so oh yeah, all of this is not really needed. And there's also like a lock on initializing this. I guess it makes sense, right? So this is kind of like a generic multiple producer single consumer. So we don't know if multiple like producers want to register at the same time, because unlike my program, there is no assumption that this always gets called the first thing kind of when the thread starts. So it does need to lock kind of the slot, the producer slot. So it makes sense why they're doing it here. But yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to find like a minimal implementation without all of this crap that I don't need, so I have to like read through it. So if somebody has like, a basic implementation of this crap with like a ring buffer or something, feel free to drop it. We might look at it. I can also probably just go to Grok and like, hey, like vibe code me a fucking ring buffer with a queue around it. And it'll probably give me something. What's this? Consumer close. Yeah, I don't need that. We never close. This is good. So we lock the main mutex. Oh. What? Ah, no. We lock itself. Why do we lock itself? I wonder. I don't understand this. Ok, true. If closed, false. So why do we... Why would we do like a global lock? I will need to look at this function. What does it do? Ah, shit. It's forwardly. It is declared forwardly. So what does it do if state? So state is true. Reason code mutex lock. Error else. Huh? Unlock. So it literally just locks the mutex. I guess it's just so the consumer can see that it's locked or not. Well, we'll check how the consumer reacts to the ping. Ping. Where is the consumer ping? Yeah, this is a producer ping. This is where we were. Producer send date and size. So this is like, imagine this is our log. What does it do? First, it logs again. Why would it log the global mutex? Let me check the producer again. Yeah, this is the main state. Application. Yeah, why would it? So it logs this mutex. Right, guys. I'm still kind of in my context of, okay, each thread has its own buffer. No, it has to lock because the buffer is single. Yes, it has to lock because there is a single buffer. Whoops. So it has to lock the mutex. Right, we don't have the size. Then we handle if it's closed. Checking for these two conditions here is very important, else some races will occur when we have a waiting producer that gets signaled, but at the same time a new message is free of the sending. A new message is free of sending because message pending equals false. What happens is that the free sent message gets overridden by the waiting one. This reads like as if non-native speaker wrote it. Like a bit awkward. I would write something like that, and you know, like on a whim. If pending message or next waiting producer not equals -1. So if there is a pending message, so after we unlocked, if there is a pending message or there is a next waiting producer. So okay, we got the lock and we check if there is somebody else waiting. Right. Right, we have a waiting producer that gets signaled. At the same time, this is weird. It says that because message pending equals false, but it checks for true. Anyway, so producer subscribe to wait queue. Condition variables. While not closed and self not equals us. Wait. So if I understand correctly, it checks if there is somebody waiting, and then it starts spinning. Well, not really spinning, it kind of waits. Well, it might spin, it might go through the kernel, we don't really know. If it, if it's like Qdex under the hood. And so it gets the log, but then it checks if somebody is waiting. It checks if it's us. If it is us who's waiting, we just let other threads to do its job until the next waiting thread is us. That's kind of weird. So I understand there's a reason for this code, but it's not something I, can grasp. Probably before I get into this race condition myself, and then like, oh, now I understand why it's a thing. Once closed, shifting this no longer helps. Because the condition does necessarily mean that blah blah blah. On the other hand, if the while loop breaks because ID equals producer ID, then we know shifting is for the appropriate waiting producer. Yeah, okay, I see. This I understand. Now, if there is something to submit, we do that. Uh-huh. Right. Pending message true. Signal conditional variable E and unlock. See, I don't understand this block. Why do you need to wait? Like if you acquired the lock. So what does this do? Subscribe to wait queue. Less than max producers. So if producers is us, index break. If index -1, yeah, not found. We get the ID. Check the error. And then producers waiting IDs queue. Number of producers waiting equals ID. Aha. I see. And this doesn't really tries to block. So this procedure assumes that we, already got the lock. But we only add ourselves to the queue if there are other people in the queue, in the waiting queue, right? So for some reason, it doesn't trust itself to just submit stuff to the buffer after just getting the lock. I wonder why. Also, it's kind of weird that they don't like shift the buffer. They just use buffer from the beginning, so they don't like try to share it. I guess maybe that's why this is going on. You know what? I think I understand why. I think I understand why. So this implementation, it doesn't let the buffer, it doesn't let consumers to submit kind of the work until producer consumes. It doesn't let producers to submit work until until the consumer consumes it. I think that's what happens. That's why it has to wait. Like, it acquires the lock, right? So yeah, okay, I understand now. Yes, I understand now. So I didn't understand it because I didn't know what it assumes and doesn't assume. So again, for people in the back, all of the consumers, they share the same buffer, and they don't let themselves to like stack on top of it. So they don't use this buffer as an arena for multiple allocations, because otherwise they would have the same exact issue as I did, where I would use the builder as an arena, but then I would have to maintain some logic to, okay, when the buffer is filled, I need to wait until it depletes, or I need to have some kind of like wraparound logic. And in order to avoid this complexity, we just copy the data. So then we release the lock, and there can be a situation, so before the consumer is able to free the buffer, but after the next, so before the consumer consumed the buffer, but after the next producer already acquired the lock. So yeah, we can acquire lock before the producer depleted this. That's why we need to check if there's a pending messages or somebody's in the queue already. Yeah, so after thinking about it, I would still naively think that this is the only variable that we need to check. Yeah, we have a waiting producer that gets signaled, but at the same time new message is free of sending, because message pending equals false. Anyway, send empty, right? A producer done. So what do we, condition variable, signal, mutex, blah, blah, blah. So done. This is for the closing. We are never done. Producer context, blah, blah, blah. Subscribe to wait, I've seen that. Shift producer wait queue. Right, so if blah, 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 print error empty queue. I wonder why it considered a hard error. But yeah. So while we're waiting, oops, I plus 1. I see, okay. So this is like pops. Yeah, this pops the first one. Yeah, so this like kind of shifts to the left. Handle creation failure. Woo, error logic. We don't care about it. We live on the edge, motherfuckers. Create params validate. Yeah, don't care about that. Callback, blah, blah, blah. Consumer, yeah. This is what I wanted to check also. What does consumer do? Okay, it takes the context, which is the main sort of... Oh, there was an ad. I'm so sorry. Can I? Yeah. We get the mutex. We get the conditional variable. Consumer callback, error callback, blah, blah, blah. And then this shit spins. We try to acquire the lock. Then we wait on the conditional variable. Which does what exactly? So the conditional variable is just true or false. Yeah, just if it's not equals. Wait, what? Interesting. So we wait. As soon as we got the have pending message, we deliver it first. If closed, why do we need to check closed? If closed and not pending message. Anyway, we get the end, we get the buffer, if n bolder than 0. So we allocate, what does my malloc do? Is this just malloc and some error handling? Okay. Whoops. Yeah, there you go. Boom, boom, my malloc, if buffer null, false, don't hold lock while calling the callback. This is error callback on the consumer. Yeah, so I don't really like this queue. So this thing will lock every producer while consumer is not ready. So like every thread, like each thread will have to wait. And this is exactly what I wanted to avoid. I didn't want my potential like input handling thread, which is super hot. I didn't want it to wait for the consumer. With the one maybe exception when the buffer is overflown. So I guess I have to bite the bullet and implement overflowing logic. Because yeah, this just, and this not only blocks the thread that's logging, this will make my input handling thread to wait on all other threads as well. Because it shares the same buffer per thread. Ooh. Yikes. Yo, Connor, hello. Welcome. Yeah, me no like this. Especially this will especially bite me in the ass if let me think. Like if UI thread starts cheating the bed or something non-important. If something not important starts like erroring out, or like main thread decides to like rotate some logs. I guess no, log file, like the consumer will rotate log files. Or I don't know. Let me think about it. Well, maybe in my case it's not that big of a deal, you know. Maybe it's fine if I lock on a single buffer. I don't really want to. But yeah, what do we have here? Login array so we copy it back to the buffer and then pending messages. False. If waiting, we do what? Producer waiting ID SKU. Next waiting producer ID. Right, I see what it does. So it, instead of, no, it isn't a while loop. Yeah, so it does spin until it depletes everything. Right. Actually, no, not really. It frees the buffer and then it waits again. So what my thing did is, instead of doing this, we would just spin to deplete all of the buffers. Yeah, so in my opinion, this is not very cool. Yeah, and everything else is just a kind of, so yeah, the logic itself here is kind of simple. A lot of this code is just error handling and like dancing around conditional variables, whatnot. A distractor. I really apologize for all the yawning. So yeah, I can't use this as is. I need something rather multiple producers, single consumers with ring buffer. Example. Can we have something like this? Instant like AI hallucination, the ring buffer, log free ring buffer. Aware. Six years ago. A lot of files still. Predict true. You know this? Let me actually make font slightly bigger. So this might be slightly outside of my pay grade, not gonna lie. It's too loud. This might be slightly a bit too much. What do you have here? Ring buffer, acquire, produce, consume, release. Unregister, register, get size, setup. Fuck, it's ring buff, CNT. What's the difference? NetBSD. Somebody from NetBSD. Ah, it's tests, okay. Tests. Atomic multi-producer single consumer ring buffer which supports contiguous range operations and which can be conveniently used for message passing. 3 offsets. Next marks the beginning of the available space. Okay, written. The point up to which the data is actually written. Observed ready. Point up to which the data is ready to be written. So the point up to which the data is actually written and the point to which the data is ready to be written. Okay. Okay. Producers. Observe and save the next offset, then request and bytes from the ring buffer by atomically advancing the next offset. Once the data is written into the reserved buffer space, the thread clears the saved value. These observed values are used to compute the radio offset. Ooh, this is hard. Consumer. What the fuck is Twitch doing? Stefan is the new top clipper. At 5 views. Well, that's a very important information. Thanks, Twitch. That's what she said. So consumer writes the data between written and ready and updates the written. Ah, so the consumer operates on the ready. Okay. Producer cannot go beyond the written offset. Producers also not allowed to catch up with the consumer. I see what is ready. Yeah, okay. So if we kind of visualize it, I guess I needed to invert my camera. Right, yeah. Is there a way to invert my camera? There's no kind of just checkbox to invert it. Can I just transformation? No. Man, OBS. Can't you just... Properties. The fact that there is not just like a big button that says invert on the camera, is really weird. Okay, transform. Flip horizontal. Okay. So yeah, now we can see this is my left hand and it shows to the left. Yeah, cool. Means that my t-shirt now, yeah, kind of writes nonsense, but it is what it is. So the way it works is that we have like a ring buffer and consumer, my right hand, is what is ready, right? So somebody is written. So we read it, and we like updated it. So like, this is ready. Then somebody else has written, and we are like again ready. So in this scenario, producers are trying to catch up with the consumer. Huh. Producers are trying to catch up with the consumer. So my particular case kind of wants the opposite situation. In my particular case, I want consumer to catch up to producers. So in my particular situation, the ready pointer could be behind written. Let's check the wraparound logic. If the producer cannot require the requested length due to little available space at the end of the buffer, then it will wrap around. Wrap lock bit in next offset is used to lock the end offset. Wrap lock bit in the next offset. There's an ABA problem if one producer stalls while a pair of producer and consumer would both successfully wrap around and set the next offset to the stale value of the first producer, thus letting it to perform successful cast violation in the invariant. What is cast? Is like compare atomic store or what? A counter in the next offset marked by wrap counter is used to prevent this from the problem. It is incremented on wraparounds. The same ABA problem could also cause a stale ready offset, which could be observed by the consumer. We set wrap lock bit in the scene. So yeah, okay, I don't understand these two, so I will need to look at the code. And in this case, it is actually smaller than the previous project. So we have some couple masks. Wrap lock bit. What the fuck is this 8 at the beginning? Max offset, wrap counter, increment wrap. So worker, scene offset and registered. Ring buff. So we have some space in the ring buffer. The next hand is atomically updated by the producer. Wrap lock bit is set in case of wrap around. In such case, the producer can update the end offset. The following are updated by the consumer. Written, number of workers, and which worker. Who is the ring buffer worker? It is some kind of struct. Where is the Where is it defined? I can't see it. So ring buff worker. Oh, it is ring. It's ring buff worker, which is defined. Oh right, I just literally looked at it. Nice. Getting tired already. Mm-hmm. And worker has offset that it's seen and registered. Fine. Initialize new ring buffer of a given length. So mem set. So we zero out the buffer. What? What does this do? Ah, okay, I see. That's kinda smart ass. So space is length and is max offset, and number of workers is workers. So you see what it does? It initializes the buffer right after the metadata. So it works just like string builder in Jai. So this acts as a metadata for the buffer. And then the space of the buffer, so the buffer itself, is allocated right after the struct. That's why it sets its mem zeros the thing at the offset of workers. Or not. Actually, never mind. I'm stupid. It just mem zeros the worker's memory. Never mind. Moving along. Yeah. It's getting really hard here. Get sizes. Return the sizes of the ring buff. Blah blah blah. Registers the worker. So what do we have here? We get the worker. We do the scene offset. This is kind of like -1. And then we atomic store explicit memory order release. What the fuck is this? Atomic release, okay. Yeah, we just tell it that it registered, right? Ring buffer unregister. Don't even care to atomically lock it. Capture and return a stable value of the next offset. So this is like weird assembly, no? Oh no, it's actually 4. So count 4. Interesting while loop. Or I guess do while. Atomic load explicit memory order acquire. If next and wrap lock bit. Spin lock back off. And this is that like weird ass assembly, alright? That I don't understand. So this is like do while. For count, so for like 4. So for this, minus, spin lock back off hook, which is just pause. Oh, this is just like, we literally just spin. Okay. So this is in Jai we have this. We have this logic also. I think it's in like runtime support. Yeah, it's literally this loop. Like literally this. And it also uses for. Right? So look at this. It does basically one time init here where it tries to get some kind of a value. To insert only once. It tries to like do some stuff and then, right, if it couldn't, it tries to spin until it can. And it also uses for as like a back off. And it pause. Cool. I actually, yeah, so I actually saw this before here. Nice. So we try to acquire scene offset. And so we tried 4 times, and if we can, we do retry. So I guess they use go to here so they don't have to wrap a do while into a do while. Interesting. Anyway, ring buffer acquire. Request a space of a given length from the buffer. Assert, written, get the stable next offset, save the observed next value, e.g. the next scene, but mark the value as unstable. CAS will issue a memory order release for us and thus ensures that it reaches global visibility together with new next. Stable next off. Next equals scene and a buffer offset mask. So what the fuck is this? So it's like 16 beats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's bytes. 16 bytes. So it's like 64, right? And with the bottom half, with the top half 0 out and the bottom half all ones. And it's used where to do what? Yeah, okay, without like running and stepping through this code, I actually don't understand what it does. Yikes. I understand that it handles wraparound logic, but I can't quite, like, I've never seen this crap before, this pattern before. Compute the target offset. We cannot go beyond the written offset to catch up with it. All right, target is next plus length. Written blah blah blah. Right, so this is a wraparound. If we would exceed the buffer, attempt to acquire wrap log bit and use the space in the beginning. If we used all the space exactly to the end, then reset to 0. Check the invariant again. So we exceed. Yeah. We get the wrap lock bit. I wonder what's the difference between atomic compare exchange weak and strong. So this I understand why it happens. Right? So again, because everything goes through the single buffer, we have to wrap around atomically. Because then I guess producer because like otherwise I guess producer won't know and other people also won't know. Atomic store explicit blah 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 blah. Wire the range, clear wrap lock bit in the scene value. Where is a mem copy? So like this is all weird. Do we not use all of the memory at the end? So is this like a kind of wasteful ring buffer a little bit? Yeah, so because this looks to me like it just tries. Yeah, it just ring buffer, it returns size T. Offset at which the space is available. Yeah. Okay, you see what it does? It doesn't try to like mem copy stuff in chunks. It just sees if you don't have space at the end, it just starts from the beginning. Even if, for example, you have like, 1 byte at the end that you can put, you have to allocate from the beginning. And then at the beginning, I guess it has to check if it has enough space. Right, so let's check it here. Yeah, this is so we don't catch up to the consumer. Otherwise, yeah, target more than space. Exceed. Yeah, we check the exceed. This has to be a loop. And this is a loop, yeah. Yeah. And this kind of just waits until we have enough space at the beginning. And it waits, of course, atomically. So this is the logic that I would have to implement in my case. This is the logic that I would have to implement in my case, regardless of whether I use a string builder per thread or a single string builder for all threads. Oh, and I need to get my maths right now. Very in time. Now I am medicated. Wow, Twitch even gave you the fucking reward. Yeah, Twitch told me that your clip was viewed by 5 people. So now you are an official clip maker of this channel. Yep. So again, in my case, I try to be a little bit of a smartass here, and I try to instead of wrapping around, I would allocate a second page on a string builder, and then after I'm done, like the next would be allocated from scratch. So yeah, instead of wasting space, I just kind of let it overflow a little bit because string builder just handles overflows for me, you know. So yeah, I think, you know what I think? I'm thinking actually maybe my implementation was fine. I read two multiple consumers, multiple producer, single consumer projects, and now I think that my shit wasn't actually that bad. Of course, this proof of concept doesn't actually do any sort of locking and validation and whatnot. But because I'm fine with because I'm fine with allocating like an, you know, arena, let's call it an arena, because string builder is a glorified arena that lets you overflow. Or at least I turned it into an arena with the substring pattern that I came up with. Since I'm fine with arena per thread, I don't need to... Yeah, I really don't need to kind of... I don't need to do all of that. All of this. Produce. Store explicit. And is ready to be consumed. Where is actual mem copy happening? I haven't seen a mem copy. Stable next offset. Bruh. Okay. It's just two right. Oh, they don't actually handle that. So this shit, it just gives you memory offsets. And you have to do it yourself. Let's check the examples. Are there? Right. Register ring buffer. Yeah. So you see what it does? So this thing kind of, it just does all of the like locking shenanigans, but you yourself, like the user, has to do all of the memory stuff. And consumer, yep. It does processing, where processing would do the memory and then release. All right. I see how it goes. So the buffer itself, the ring buffer itself just gives you memory offset. It doesn't actually. So you just literally give it length, and you have to copy the string in there. So in my case, here is my logic, right? I get the builder, I get the right position, which is kind of the next offset. Then I bump it. No, this is where I am resetting it. So this is wraparound logic for me. And then, yeah, here I am just kind of stuffing the thing into a substring. And I'm just saving the metadata about it. And print to builder is where memcopy actually happens, where the data gets processed. Then I get the length, I update it, I set the occupied bytes, and this part I don't have to synchronize because it happens on per thread basis. And then I signal. Yeah, you know, I mean, maybe my shit is not that bad. Maybe we're not that bad. What are the issues here? Highly performant and quite useful. We need to use in a different scenario with only a single producer and multiple consumers. What's your This is a healthy approach to open source. This is a like from me. Yeah, that's like you can immediately see this guy consulting or freelance only. Yeah, he's in the business. Like this is like a very experienced programmer. I need to take a small bathroom break. I'm gonna leave this message for people to read who just arrived. Yeah, and I'll be right back. Whoops. All right. Um, I think that's okay. Too many open mouths on GitHub think devs have infinite lifetime to fix their issues or even support their stuff. Open source is not just making issues and waiting like Hachiko for dev to fix implement it, but also contributing APRs. I mean, yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, nobody, like, ain't nobody will kill you for trying, for shotting your shot. But it is true that a lot of people are just, hey, please give me your free work. And then immediately crumble under, hey, what's your budget? So maybe I do proceed with my current implementation. I just add a little bit of sauce on, to make sure when we wrap around, we actually check that we have enough space. Right. So, how do we do it? My issue was that I can't reliably pass thread index. And I was thinking that maybe I just don't. Maybe my producer or consumer, are you working for a company? Do you do open source full time? You hear sorry if you answered, hey Sumo, no, this is just my hobby project. I am like, I have a full-time job, which is not related to this at all. I do most like web programming for money, or like web adjacent, I would say. So yeah, this is not something I do for full time. I'm just like degenning at night times whenever I can. But yeah, welcome. Hope this is a satisfying answer. Yeah. Did I remove BRB? Yeah, I did. You can learn much more from projects like this than you will in the day job that pays the bills. Yeah, yeah. A high fear of code. For example, this thing, I've never done anything like this before. As in, I've never done like multi-threaded logging that I need to, with like ring buffer, stuff like that. I've never done anything like this. That's why I'm reading a bunch of material before I'm doing implementation. That's why my initial implementation is crap. It's just never done this before. So you can kind of see me learning in real time. And it's also cool because I don't really have a time pressure to do it, so I don't have to YOLO it. I can read however many I want. I can, kind of be in the analysis paralysis mode however long I want, because it is not a startup. It is not a commercial project. It's just a hobby project I do when I have time, which also serves as a as an experimentation ground for different ideas and concepts that I want to learn about. Of course, I want to maintain a kind of well working project that is useful for the people. But if I, feel like over engineering something, I definitely err on this side, you know. All right. So what would I change? Since I figure out that maintaining a single ring buffer where a thread has to potentially wait on other threads is no kind of it's kind of a deal breaker for me. Hmm. What can I do even about it? Hmm. So what I could do instead, hmm. Yeah, so the way I do it now is that I count how many build substrings I occupy. But this information is kind of useless to me because it doesn't matter if a string is occupied or not. What matters is how many bytes does it take, right? Yeah. So let's restructure it a little bit. Excuse me. So we have a string builder here. It's per thread. We have a builder size which is in bytes. A avalanche. So this is a customized EF Dream theme. I don't know if it's available outside of Emacs, but yeah, if you go to, so this is the themes. These are the themes. Um, so this is the official website for the themes. Okay, thanks. Yeah. So you know, okay, it's EF Dream, but um, with my custom plet overrides. Fuck. Yeah, this is a bunch of experiments, but yeah, this is like, I know, if you want, I guess here it is, overrides. Yeah, yeah. No problem, no problem. Hello. Welcome to the stream. The music is over. All right. So right position is current substring, current builder length, and substrings. This is probably also useless. So I think I would still hey, Hey, free cool facts, yeah. Seems like we do. Yeah, so this will keep being if def like this, and I will actually implement the similar logic into context logger. So we seamlessly support a log function from basic. How about that? And the way we do it is we just write the consumer. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh. I know what we do. I have a concept of a plan. I also just pressed into my eye and I can't see shit. Wait, give me a second. When my eye can see again. Why would I do it? I don't know. It's because I'm kind of sleepy, so I just wanted to yawn without yawning into the chat, and I fucking pushed into my eye and I can't see shit. Help. So I'm I woke up super early today, and it was a very like busy day for me. And also since I have like a tooth kind of problem that I go through now, I don't really drink anything but water in the last for the last like week and a half, right? So I also going through kind of like a caffeine withdrawal, I guess. So even though I don't really feel much of a caffeine effect on me, but I guess I feel when the caffeine is not in my system. On top of that, since I'm drugged, I spent most of the week on painkillers and also on antibiotics. Yeah, I definitely feel debuffs. I definitely feel the debuff. And not only in hobby work like this, also in my day job, I definitely feel like I'm kind of slower. Which is interesting that I had like a one-on-one with my manager, and like my manager noticed that my productivity is down, but I didn't bother like telling them about the tooth thing. They just kind of think it's because of my newborn son, which is also true. So all of these kind of fucking problems, they pile on top of each other. But it's okay, you know. This is just life. You just have to deal with this. So no log info, no occupied. We have a string builder, and it will have a metadata. Right, the substring will have a pointer to builder, offset, and count, and that's kind of it. To me, it's kind of easy. Like I don't feel the withdrawal, as in, like I can perfectly function without it. But I'm not really addicted to it, right? So I don't drink that much caffeine. You know, I really like herbal teas. So to me, the most important part about this whole coffee tea situation is that as long as it's some kind of a hot beverage, it's good, right? So it doesn't have to be caffeinated. It can literally be just like a fucking chamomile, and it's already good. Yeah, so as long as it's hot. That's why I can drink decaffeinated coffee. I can drink, herbal teas that don't have any kind of stimulating stuff in it. So yeah, I am kind of at an advantage in this regard. So yeah, I can just like sometimes I just stop drinking coffee for like a month. Just because I get out of coffee and then I just don't really feel like buying it. I'm like the typical corporate girl that couldn't get her day started without her coffee. Yeah, that's not about me. I don't drink coffee the first thing in the morning, not at all. I definitely start with just chugging on water. Because I don't really get up throughout like the night. So by the time I wake up, I'm super dehydrated. Right, found offset. And current substring. So this is not the current substring, it's gotta be current. Maybe it is a current offset. Oh yeah, so I haven't worked on this project for over a week because of my tooth. So we are pretty much in the same spot. We're working on the logger. I've tried multiple ideas. I dismissed a couple of them, but I think now I'm kind of sort of arriving at something that I am going to use. So that's the progress. The progress is that we don't really have much progress. So how do I store it? Yeah. And this is also kind of a self-imposed problem. My program does not really need a multi-threaded logger. I could go without it, but I thought that it will be better if I have it. Why? Senator, I don't know. I also I just noticed something that every time the ad goes off on the Twitch, the amount of viewers on Twitch drops and the amount of viewers on YouTube increases. It seems like people kind of like balance between Twitch and YouTube because of the ads. I can probably like enable the sensitive and political content mark on Twitch. So, it removes monetization but doesn't have any ads. The only thing that I'm afraid of is that maybe it will like exclude me from the category or something. Or like put a dangerous kind of thing on top of it. So that's why I'm not doing it. But maybe I should. I don't fucking know. Yeah, and I also don't want to have people to have wrong impressions, right? Because sometimes I would crash out and start talking about fucking politics and social issues, but it's not really what my stream is about most of the time. At least not yet. Yeah. So if only there was like a clear way to signal to people that I only put this stuff just to turn the ads off. maybe just statically allocated. I don't know. Actually, I don't think I can listen to this jungle 1 in the morning. It's too late for this. Right, so maybe we'll statically allocate them. And then I would not need to do this. So here I did 20. Yeah, Borkiba. Or how do I call it correctly? Chill music will make you sleepy. This is true. Which is, I mean, maybe that's what I need. I need some sleepy. Borkisha. Okay. Ah, okay, because 6 That's pretty cool. Yep, nice. So substring, offset count. And writer position, current substring, and this is a cached overall builder length. Like how much am I occupying? I mean, it's going pretty good. I'm not making a lot of progress in terms of code written, but since this is a completely new area for me, this kind of logging, I'm learning a lot. Just like about what I should and should not do. And unfortunately, didn't fucking work on the project for the entire week because of health situation. So yeah, just kind of getting back into it, hopefully. I'm thinking, can I remove something here? I don't think I can. Yep, probably not. Right, so when you call log, you do blah blah blah, and then you call the logger, actual logger. And this is where the magic happens. So, first of all, why did I do this? So I do I do this because the second thread is the logging thread. So I need to exclude it from the logging itself because otherwise, right? So I need to exclude this thread from the logging, which is actually maybe a mistake, right? So why can't it log itself through the same logging? Well, I know why, because if we log the thread with its own logger, it means this, how do you call it? This loop could block for no reason. So if, for example, if it like calls log error and it goes through the same logger, it will sort of, actually, Like it will signal to itself. This is an interesting philosophical issue, right? So we have a multiple over git merge conflicts. Yeah, feels relatable. So here's the question. In a multiple producer, single consumer situation, you know, where each producer is its own thread and the consumer is a separate thread as well, can the consumer thread also be a producer? Can it? It will submit the job. It will signal that there is a job, and then it will wake up from its own signal. It's not really a recursion, because it's not gonna call into itself directly. So there is a certain level of indirection that is maintained through, well, it might be a mutex, it might be atomic store load, it might be eventfd. At the moment it is eventfd plus poll, but I think I'm gonna replace it with waiting on a conditional variable, because I read that conditional variables or atomic store loads, they are like order of magnitudes faster than eventfd. It doesn't matter. For now, it is what it is. So what is a downside? You know what? I'm gonna YOLO it. So we initialize 5 builders at the start. And we remove this particular condition. Yeah. So we just say note we allow logging thread to log itself through the same facility. YOLO. So this thing is not an issue anymore, right? So this to do kind of gets removed. And this also means that I can just do TID is context thread index. Nice. What else do we can do? Yeah, so we get so we get ring builder, string builder, and current write position. Oh, you know what I could probably do? I thought maybe I can have an array of offsets here. So instead of having the right position, I could have a substring directly. No, let's leave the indirection for now. We might collapse it later. Right, so we get the current substring. Then this is a logic to handle wraparound. So if we are allocated more than substring count, then we do current substring 0, current builder length, blah, 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 blah. We need to check. So let me just copy it verbatim, but it's not only current substring over the substrings count, it's also or if builder dot Current builder length. It's current builder length, yeah, over than builder dot. Let me open the string builder definition, and it has buffer count. Yes, string builder buffer size. So what this does is that we allow builder to overflow, but we will wrap it as soon as it overflows, right? So we are using an overflow page, but only one. And again, for people who might be not familiar with JString Builder, it is a pretty cool data structure that acts as sort of like a string arena with kind of pages. So it allocates buffers as it needed, and initial buffer is statically allocated on the stack with the string builder buffer size, which is 4K, which is 4K minus the metadata. So you allocate 4K, 4 kilobytes, and at the start of this buffer, there is the string builder itself. So it's kind of like neatly packed into the buffer itself, which is kind of cool. Yeah, so it's kind of like a memory arena for strings with the arena metadata being within the buffer itself. Yeah, I really like this. I really like this this module. It's one of the most like universally used module in the whole kind of compiler, and it's 348 lines of code, including all of the comments, right, including the kind of documentation here. And also they are they have stable pointers, right? So when the string builder gets quote unquote resized, it doesn't move the memory around, it just adds more pages. So yeah, I feel like building on top of it is very cool. And very like convenient. Anyway. Yes, I am actually working in web dev, like professionally, or I would say web adjacent dev, but it is web dev nonetheless. I would say the majority of my career I worked in web dev. So I am very familiar with the industry and the tools that are, you know, kind of commonly used. Hey Chickbot, hello, welcome. Good evening to you as well. Good evening, my friend. Tech stack. Oh, I did a lot of stuff. So I did a lot of Python, and in Python I did a lot of frameworks, like web frameworks. You know, I'm talking like Django, fucking Flask, even Pyramid. Then obviously like JavaScript and every fucking possible JavaScript library or framework around. I'm talking anything starting from vanilla and jQuery and ending with like React JS and Vue JS and like Backbone JS and like fucking Angular JS and and also PHP, Ruby and Ruby on Rails, a little bit of Go, a tiny little bit of Java, and like a smidge, like a little smidge of Clojure. So yeah, it's just I'm a programming prostitute. I will write code for money. And you know, sometimes in my position, $20 is $20. Yeah. I'm really interested in systems programming. You know, one day I will stop writing webslop and start writing a real code, and I am preparing for that day. the only issue for me, I think that I would be able to find a yes, exactly, that's what I was talking about. What was I was gonna talking about? That this is what I was going to talk about. Sorry, the English kind of slowly leaves my body as the night approaches. Um, I am 100% sure that if I wanted, I could find myself a native language job already, like not in web dev. Because I have a lot of friends in the game dev industry. I am sure that I could just tell some of them, hey, like, just let me in as an intern. Like I will, work for 20 bucks an hour, like 30 bucks an hour, whatever. Just like let me in. Give me through, let me through the door. And it would probably work. The only issue is that at the moment I cannot afford that. Like my actual work pays really well for the area where I live, and I kind of rely on the money at the moment. Right? So I usually work like as a contractor. Well, now I kind of have a full-time job. Somehow it happened. But usually I would work as a contractor, and it pays reasonably well. So I'm thinking that maybe in a year from now, if all goes well, I should be able to like live off of savings for a decent amount of time, where I could just, try to maybe like just nerf my expectations like a lot and say like, let me in. Oh yeah, I forgot to say I also wrote some Rust. I was I yeah, I did get paid to write Rust like once. It doesn't make me like a professional Rust programmer, but technically I did write Rust for money. Like a long time ago, like 6 years ago. Technically professional, yes. Hey, that guy, hello. How you programmed with? I mean, it doesn't count, right? I did do some assembly programming, but it was for like shits and giggles, nothing serious. Yeah, yeah. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm chilling. Hope you're fine as well. Yeah, resetting the counters might happen while logging threads. So current substring, current builder length. It's like current. Let's say occupied. Builder length. To occupied builder count, or rather like total occupied count. Yeah. Giant and Odin are quite similar. There are similarities. Yeah. So because they use this notation to do like type, right? They both have like type slot. I think this idea originally comes from Sean Barrett, if I'm not mistaken. I think, might be wrong, but and both of them use context. I think this is where similarities kind of end. because Odin requires you to have proc here. Also, Odin lets you remove semicolons. Right. Also, Odin uses these things to do reference pointers and to denote pointers as well. So yeah. So yeah, this is, I guess this remains the main point of similarity. In a sense that you have identifier and then its type. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like to shit on Odin. I actually quite liked it. I liked it when I was dabbling into it a little bit. I am, but I am like a meta programming guy at heart, so Jai just speaks to me more because it kind of indulges me in what I like to do. I like meta programming. I think it's like a must for me. But I respect Ginger Bill's vision, right? I think he knows what he wants to achieve, and he does it. So yeah, I like if people like ask me what language do you recommend, you know, and assuming you don't want to do C or C++, I would just recommend Odin. But yeah, substring, total occupied count, current buffer would you get based. Oh, so this might be problematic. The way we remove the, so this might be problematic. Yeah. Right. So this in particular can be problematic because getting a substring from builder kind of, not even kind of, just relies on current buffer and a count to be set. Wait, what game? I'm not writing a game, just to be clear. So what I'm writing is I'm writing a program that unfortunately what the fuck? If it offset, if it count. Yeah. All right. It might crash because I'm like, so I'm writing this program. It you can read more about it on GitHub. But TLDR is that it lets you remap keyboards in like a smart ass, like funny way, where you can override two keys depending on which of them was pressed last, or do a similar simple key remapping. It has like GUI interface, and it has profiles, so it detects the currently focused window and kind of acts accordingly. Yeah, so this is kind of the So this is like the idea. And it's currently released for Windows, and now I'm trying to do my best to release working Linux version to other people. I myself been using it on Linux for over a year now, but on Linux there is a huge difference between making something that works just for you and making something that works for other people, you know. Right, so after we do this, let's I guess let's copy that and just go through the code. So we get the current buffer, we get the buffer offset. Instead of doing this, we could actually get it from the previous substring. Maybe get it from previous substring. Could it work? Right, so we have current substring. We could see if there is a previous substring, and we could get the builder. We can actually get a buffer too. And this is also like a bit silly because the buffer, like in 99.9%, it will literally be 0. Yeah, SOCD can be a big problem. Because in my opinion, game developers just don't, I'm ranting about constantly. Game developers just don't do it correctly. The way SOCD usually implemented in the hitboxers should just be the default in all games, right? When you press 2 buttons at the same time, the last one should just win. Because this is the player's intent, right? Yeah, the player might like remove the finger from the button 1 frame later, so the fuck what? Game developers already implement Coyote frame in the game for this exact reason, so the game feels fair. Why not do this as well? I mean, I know why, it's just historically, and it's easier to implement, but... Now you need to pay to win for hitboxer controllers or like Wooting keyboards. Or you know, there are like fancy controllers, not this is like a shitty PS5 one, where D-pad is not a single piece of plastic, but each button is like a separate one, so you can actually physically press them at the same time. Like an esports controller. Even though controllers, like these types of controllers and esports should never go together. Current substring, we get that. Occupied is not gonna be a thing anymore. Why is it false, by the way? Yeah, remove this buffer offset. We can get this from the previous builder. Okay, yeah, maybe I will just remove that. Give it a second. We'll never know, yeah. And if you want to be play like on the keyboard on a control professionally, you have to like hold it like this, so you can use it with all of your 10 fingers, right? Or not like people usually hold it like that, right? So you can use right analog stick, and you can at the same time you can press these buttons and also these. So it's called a claw grab or something. It's very unergonomical. You will destroy your hands and get RSI if you play like that, but this is This is the only way you get a little bit closer to mouse and keyboard. Excuse me. I'm sorry, yeah, I muted myself to cough and then never unmuted. My bad. Um, right, but I was just like going through the code. Nothing, just simplifying it a little bit since I don't track whether it's occupied or not anymore. So I think this should like at least compile, yeah. So it the fact that it works now is a little bit of cheating because I don't actually go through here. I'm setting the logger, yes. But I never signal. So, and now I need like a way to signal this thing. In my case, it's only for Linux. So I guess this is where we hold the lock. And now we crash and burn. Not trigger proper logging. So this is gonna be runtime support default logger. Yeah. And info. We just pass info. Okay. And now this shit. I mean, it works. But there will be like a point at which it shits like the bed and dies. Also, it shouldn't re-render. When I'm pressing buttons, it really shouldn't re-render. Ah, no, no, no. It just, yeah, yeah, yeah. It detects the key presses, so it's probably all fine. Um, why does it work? So now I can remove this. Oh, is this why? Huh. Uh, yeah, this is why. Fuck. Um, yeah. So instead of doing this, I need to do that. And now we can finally break. Yeah, now we crash. Epic. Uh, since you worked on so many languages, how do you approach a language that's new to you? So it's kind of important to think that a lot of languages are more or less the same. The exception being functional programming languages. They are quite a bit different, so you need to kind of learn them separately. And also Rust. Rust is quite a bit different, so you kind of need to learn it separately. But as soon as you know a couple languages, all others, excuse me, are kind of very, very similar. This is first. Second is you need to have a task at hand. And this is kind of very important because task gives you a context in which you need to learn the language, right? And I guess you also need to be aware of operating system interfaces, right? So for example, if your task is you need to go like to database and do some like SQL query, you know that somewhere under the hood there are syscalls to open a socket, to send data to the socket, right? And all this crap. And you just look what is the abstraction of this programming language over these syscalls. Like what are idiomatic ways to do that? So the way you approach it is you just cut through the bullshit directly to the source. You know, I guess that this is how. It's like literally how do you like do this in language A? And usually there's like an example. And if you've seen a few languages, you can kind of, okay, this is a variable declaration. I see this is kind of looking like flow. This is kind of a string. And then what the fuck is this, right? Some syntax construct that your brain does not immediately parse. Then just go to official documentation and read what it is. And usually if you're an experienced programmer, you could see that, okay, this is like a, Golang channel that sends the stuff to the channel. Then you're like, what the fuck is a channel? And then you go read about Go channels, how they're implemented. Like, oh, there's some cooperative blah, 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 blah. Right, yeah, I know the concept. you know, so this is kind of how. So I don't really go and learn the language. I usually just try to solve a task. Yeah, I try to solve a task without too much rabbit holing. So this on streams, I am the opposite. So in these systems programming streams, I intentionally do the rabbit holing. In fact, I'm searching for it explicitly. I want to do as much rabbit holing as I can, so I learn more about the concepts themselves. In this case, with the language, I'm very comfortable with Jai. I'm already writing Jai for like a couple of years. I've been in a beta. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, it's been like a couple of years, right? So I'm very comfortable with the language itself. So here I am rabbit holing on the issue, on the problem. Um, Also, what the hell? What the fuck are we? Um, yeah. And also, of course, a very important thing is the tooling. So when you learn new language, nothing should distract you from learning the language. You should not learn new language and at the same time like learn new ID for the language. This will be very like frustrating experience. So ideally you use like a text editor that lets you just install a plugin for the language, right? So if you learn PHP, you just like install PHP plugin for, VS Code or Emacs or Vim. So you don't need to also learn a new fucking IDE. Yeah. Also, I would usually try to explore the code base, right? So it is rarely that you have to create a new project in a language you never used before. Usually you would go into an existing project in a language that you never did before, and you try to look for patterns in the code base. Just, if you need to make a database query, there is a big chance that this project already has places with queries to the database, and you just see how it's done. Maybe it's done poorly, and like a year down the line you will rewrite it, but at least at the start it's better for you to follow the conventions, the existing conventions. It will onboard you onto the project faster, and it will also let you learn the language enough to do the work on this particular project. Yeah, if the language is completely new to me, I would usually, like just kind of read its manual uh, on my free time. You know, what do you think about the idea that open source software should have a royalty system similar to the music industry? Well, I'm not opposed to it. I am not opposed to it, but it has to be a completely new family of licenses, right? Clythorpe. Hello, welcome. So the issue here is more like political than kind of businessy, because you can create a new piece of software and say that you need to pay royalties to me, and you can distribute it with source code open. The issue here is that this project would not be considered open source in the by like OSI definition, because the license is not OSI approved, and the license will not be OSI approved because it has like a conditions for using the code, or not even that. The license is not OSI approved because it is not OSI approved. You will need to submit your license. It will need to go through some kind of scrutiny. Maybe it will get approved, maybe not. Inherently open source is not it's like orthogonal to monetization. Nobody prevents you from selling like GPL3 software. you know it's just if you distribute it, you also need to distribute the source. but you can sell it. But it's also, as soon as you sell it once, everybody else can just distribute it. So yeah. And if you try to prevent them from distribution, it's not like GPL compliant anymore. So yeah, again, I know a lot of blabbering. The issue is purely political. But I would be fine with it. I am fine with source available licenses that require you to pay money to get access to the source code, right? So I would be fine with license that lets me personally modify the source code. So like I bought a project or a library, I get the source code, I'm allowed to modify it and like recompile it, but let's say I'm not allowed to distribute it further, right? I'm totally fine with licenses like this. It's just kind of, you need to distinguish. Um, yeah, let's do the conditional variable here. We should have it right. We have mutex. No one will ever understand your code except you. Hey, Apoxymatic, hello. Uh, I mean, readability of the code is subjective, but people often forget that readability is first of all subjective to the reader, not to the writer of the code. So in this sense, readability is literally a skill issue. Right? If nobody can understand my code but me, does it mean that I wrote a bad code? Or does it mean that readers of my code are incompetent? You know? There's also a situation where a reader can probably read and understand the code in the sense that what it is doing, but out of context, a reader might not be able to understand why the code is doing what it's doing. Oh no, I got exposed. Что мне теперь делать? Привет, привет. Yeah, so we have a conditional variable. Nice. Per OS conditional variable type. So I want to check how it's being used. Mm-hmm. For practice, yeah. I will soon need to practice my Russian because I barely use it. I'm like in a situation now where my English still sucks, but my Russian already kind of started sucking a little bit. Because I only ever use Russian to talk to my family at home. So my language, my Russian is as advanced as my 4.5 year old daughter and my wife. Hmm. And we can wake it. Nice. Huh. Ah. So this is an inner one. So I can use C variable wait with a timeout, or I can just use wait without timeout. Wake all. What does it mean, wake all? Aha, broadcast. All right. You have a good English. It's not very good. It's better throughout the day, but this late it definitely kind of deteriorates. I'm beginning to notice that the better I get at English, the more my native language fades away. Yeah. And it's not that it fades away, it's just when you don't use it often, and especially when you don't use it in any sort of advanced way, the advanced ways of wielding your English kind of fades away. You know what I mean? So, for example, you don't start having a weird accent or anything like that. You still sound natively, but your vocabulary suffers, and not even your vocabulary. The way in which you phrase your sentences suffers. I I used to be a proud like I used to be proud and being kind of an advanced Russian language speaker. I would say that I am quite sophisticated in my language knowledge. I read a lot of books. I was like a pretentious fucking grammar nuts and stuff like that. But the more I speak English and the less I speak Russian, the more I sometimes struggle with just finding correct words to describe something. And not only that, my speech gets littered with filler words that it didn't used to have and stuff like that. But at least I still don't have any issues with reading. For example, if I read a book in English, I still have to use like thesaurus a lot because my English usually very technical. So I would you'll do better English with alcohol. Yeah, this is a kind of common understanding, right? That you're better at in foreign languages with alcohol. But yeah, the thing is that usually the literature I read in English is technical. So anytime I read something fictional, I have to use thesaurus a lot. Like a lot. Yeah, yeah, I know that. Thine, hallowed be thy name. Like Iron Maiden song. Or or Metallica has holier than thou. This is how I learned English, through a pop culture. So I'm a little bit actually worried because um, there's not much usage of this code. Maybe it's fine. Nice change log entry. Uh, Fixed wake all, not actually waken all. Hey, Merward. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Haven't seen you in a while. Some speedruns. Yeah. No, no, I'm not speedrunning, at least not yet. I am too busy, unfortunately, and I would like to speedrun like 100%, but I can't stream for like 6 hours. So yeah, I was thinking about 100%, but I can't now. And I don't want to waste my time to some inferior categories like true ending or any percent. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Um, yeah. So how about um, we init the conditional variable here? Um, right, pthread cond init. And conditional variable is, oops. I guess this is what we do. And it init accepts a pointer, is it not? Yeah, of course. To I think I might probably hide this under like scope module or something. Mhm. Yeah. Conditional and name, just do it. Did I miss something in the community, or was that a joke? I mean, no, no. I'm just joking, right? I like 100% speedruns, completionist categories, so that's what I would aim for. And it's just this is why I'm not very interested in true ending or any percent. But since 100% in Silk Song is so long, at the moment world record is a little bit below 6 hours. I just don't have time for it. Right. And true ending world record is like 3.5 hours. So yeah, it's unfortunate. But maybe in the future we'll have more free time. Wait for Mm-hmm. Not wake, wait. Um, so in here, instead of doing this, we do wake. I guess that's it. Yeah, nice. I got a job in Godot game development with my friend. Just came from cursor editor to Twitch to relax from programming. Nice. Yeah, I was just talking about that, maybe I will also get some game dev related job in the future, but for now, unfortunately, pushing web slop pays too much and I can't really afford to nerf my expectations at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see. No, it's not modding Silksong, it's making as OCD cleaner that some speedrunners use. Cheats, you might call them. Um, does it even return any errors? Const signal. Signal, yeah. It does. It returns int. One of the threads that are waiting on the conditional variable. One of the threads. Exactly one is restarted. In my case, this is fine. Only one will be waiting. But yeah, congrats on the job, by the way. Congrats. Um, I'm actually quite happy for you. Because I remember you were doing some like uh, yes, something way more boring and not interesting than game development. But this like game dev job, it might not pay very well, but surely it is quite interesting. So yeah. I remember what you were doing before. I just realized that this might not be like a public information, so I don't want to like dox you or anything. That's why I'm being so vague. But yeah, congratulations. Uh, what does it return though? From the second week because you decided you learn with AI faster than with documentation. I don't know about that. Like AI is usually pretty bad about anything that's not like pushing web slop. So yeah, maybe keep the documentation on the second screen or something. uh, all condition variable function return 0 on success and non-zero on error. So technically, right, this can error out, but Jai does not return anything. Yeah, let's be professional and not use emojis. Just put a passive aggressive dot at the end. How about that? How about that? So wake, right? Yeah, so we just this does not happen. And now here, we don't do any polls anymore. And here we wait. Yeah, we just wait. And we also don't do result because you just wait on. It was a great help for you at front end, so I thought I'll have senior by my side explaining to me everything. Turned out that was a junior and we've been writing code together for the whole week. Yeah. Well, that's how it be. That's how it be. In my long career of contracting, that's how it usually goes. You know, it is what it is. You expect a product with like documentation and maybe people around to have some context, but it's just like you have to YOLO. So yeah. Right, so here we wait on the conditional. And now, also this can somehow but yeah, sometimes we couldn't wait really. Yeah, and let's not do this. Just true wait. Then we deplete. So all of this is also irrelevant. So now we need some kind of a way to pass thread ID with this. Or I can just You know what we can do? We can iterate over all of the builders and we can check if writer position. So we get the writer position and we get total occupied count. And if that's the case, we iterate over all of those. Yeah, and right, so we need to do like pending, right? Like to do a producer can atomically set this flag so that the consumer knows for sure. Although on the other hand, if we woken up for sure, which of builders have something? But then there's ABA problem. Right. The most important thing for me is that I can work for or with friends. So much cozier when the owner of the project is your buddy. You can join in on different roles, like no problem with personal proposals. Yeah, that's true. Contributions to society. Yeah, maybe like few people will be very happy about this release on Linux. For sure. This actually might be a bad idea because like I'm doing the loop, it's not pending. Then somebody sets it, but I'm already past it. Then I have to like loop again or something. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Let's just pretend that it's not here. I'm gonna be done soon. I'm gonna be done relatively soon. Which version of C is that? It's been long since it's not C, it's Jai. So let me copy that to YouTube. But yeah, hello. Dibasish. A mechanic is an important person to the pilot. Yeah, but everybody wants to be a pilot, right? Nonetheless. Yeah, so let's do this. For ring right positions. Hey, coffee, привет. Hello. Yeah, well, not everybody, right? Not everybody, but maybe not everybody wants, but everybody dreams of it. It's like every bass player in the band fucking wishes he was a frontman, like a singer. Russian with English accent. Privet. I know, when I try to do it like that, it's just cringe. We get a right position, and now if a WP dot that what I'm already like blank and I forgot what I just wrote. Current substring. Yeah, this needs to be synced on. Is it on purpose, or are you using English so much more nowadays? That was on purpose. But I do use English a lot. In fact, I definitely use more English than Russian in my day-to-day kind of life. I use a lot of English day-to-day. Then, of course, I use Russian to talk to my family only. And then I use kind of decent amount of Serbian. Holy shit, YouTube just like did a heart like emoji. Somebody liked my video and YouTube just animated it. So distracting. I'm in Serbia. It's okay. I'm pretty public about it. So how do I go about it? So if I check total occupied, this needs to get synchronized, I guess. Not current substring, no, this one, total occupied. So let's check on this, if total occupied count over 0. No, this will just make it fucking spin. Yeah, so the way it needs to work is that the producer will deplete. Producer will deplete and then reduce. Right. Right. No, I'm not gonna blackboard this. I'm just gonna wait if conditional work and like that's it. So let's not even check it out. So I'm not even gonna do this. So I'm gonna do the stupidest possible thing, right? So I get writer position. I'm gonna obviously get the builder, which is gonna be builder's it index. And then I'm just gonna do 4 substrings if count. We do this and then do that. Just like, let's check if it actually works. Undeclared identifier conditional variable, what? Ah, it's condition. Condition. Procedure did not match. Huh? Oh fuck, I need a mutex. What? What? Oh, this should be... Ooh. Yeah, so I just call C variable weight instead. Yeah, so I don't call weight. Yeah, I see. So weight is like more kind of a generic one. So I'm gonna use this instead. Wait, why do I need C-section? All right, where does it get it? Bruh. It literally calls it with 1. Am I stupid? Where does it get C-section? It gets it from the mutex. Okay, I see. But here is C variable weight without. What the fuck? How does it compile, bro? Oh, because race detector is disabled, so this function does not get compiled. Does it mean if I enable race detector? No. Race detector only works on this line. So this can't work. This literally can't work. Right? Right? And debug is... Yeah, I guess this debug... Where is This is not a module debug, so I guess it's just some... Yeah, so this is a debug that you can import module with, right? So module.jai. Yeah. Okay. This is for internal debugging. So seems like this just went out of sync, and if I enable this debug, it just won't compile. So I do need C section, and when do you get the C section? Is this just thread ID or what? So wake just signals, and wait is on... Yeah, wait is on thread ID. I am like 100% sure C section is just thread ID. Well, it's on mutex, but mutex is... It has a critical section. Does thread contains this mutex? Thread has... Bruh. It has thread OS specific, which has a semaphore. Ooh, do I need to get the mutex then? It even does... Ah, it has current mutex only under debug. This is kind of busted. All right. So I guess we are creating mutex. Yeah, let me check. Not timed wait, just wait. Yeah. Yeah, pthread mute. Yeah, it does need mutex. It does need mutex and a conditional variable. Okay. Let's initialize mutex then. Also, when we talk about conditional, it's gonna be mutex like this. So wake and init conditional and init mutex. Very nice Emacs log. Yeah, mutex. You also can do init. And now I guess I can just do like wait. Mutex. So will this work? It will. Well, we don't have thread ID, but we can get depleting login queue. Just depleting login queue, we will put it here, and for thread number it index. Bam! We died. Timer FD created. What? Where did we get it? Ah, timer FD. All right. Depleting. So somebody wakes us up a lot. Look at this. Where are my fucking substrings? What is this? Why is message empty? Oh, there you go. Look at this. So we have a substring. So this is our logger grabbing substrings from the string builder. This is great, but it always grabs the same substring. Which means I am not advancing it. So for right positions, it just kind of blasts through them. Sealed vessel, but everything is my voice. Yeah, those are pretty cool. A lot of my friends are there, cannot get to visit them for like 2 years. Yeah, I mean, I like it here. It is definitely net positive. Like compared to post-war Russia. Serbia is definitely a net positive. So we get the builder or substrings. If it has something, so technically when we woke up, we should be printing after all of them if it count. So do we not set count somewhere? I think we don't set substrings. So when we log, this should actually log the message. Like this should be, oh right, because of course, yeah. My bad, we get the, uh-huh. 1, 2, 3. Let's move the print like here. And not it index, it's gonna be like WP index. Boom, crash and burn. Uh-huh. 0. And we get the substring. So this should not really happen. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like I can totally see that. So yeah, this is like bad, and we do this until what? Until we, yeah, we got ourselves a race condition. Yeah, this is expected. So this happens when we log too many strings, because currently I don't synchronize on wrapping. And so I explicitly just kind of just put myself an assertion here. There you go. Yeah. Fuck. Anyway. So why are we here in a weird ass infinite loop? Like this should kind of handle it. Buffer and offset. Append. Right. Length. Total occupied. No, it's all good. It's all good. It actually works. So yeah, I know why, because it's because I removed occupied flag that I was relied on, but I haven't really substituted with anything, right? So this should hold an information about whether I kind of depleted it already or not. You know what I mean? So I consumed substring, and I need to put some kind of a flag on it that, yeah, I don't need it anymore. That whatever is at this offset is free. Maybe like maybe set count to 0. Yeah, maybe let's return the occupied flag. Or, you know, not occupied, instead of calling it occupied, because that was kind of, we just consumed. It's a boolean. And here, when we log, naturally we don't do anything here. And here we do substring and it consume equals true. If it count and not it consumed, something like that. Yeah, you see, now we don't fail anymore. And now we get what do we have? 1 0. Is this out of order? Event 2. That's like weird. Anyway. 14, 15, 16, 17, 3, 4, yeah. 6, 7, blah, blah, blah. Nice. Why is it only for thread 0? Hello? Hello? I know why. Because this push my context. I think I've... Because I didn't fucking push the context. Fuck. Did I? Yeah, because because every time I do new logger, I need to do like, I need to initialize it. Yeah. Right. I fat fingered this thing. And now if I run it, now we crash and burn. Do we not? So look at this. Hey, what the fuck? Why doesn't it work? It's supposed to print this, but for different thread ID. I saved it properly, right? Huh. Oh, of course. Wait, no. Init logging. Right. So this is a little bit problematic. I need to init logging, and after that I need to like swap. Let's do this for now, just to see if it works or not. Right, so we log a bunch of stuff from main thread. Oh, there you go. So we log focus window from the thread. Yeah, and we log, yeah, there you go. Look at this. Okay, yeah, so we log substrings properly, nice. And now at some point we need to like wrap around. Oh shit. Where's depletion? So thread number 3 is not depleting anymore because I know why, because all of them set to consumed. So every time we allocate a substring before we wake the thread here, we need to set consumed equals false. Yeah. When we allocate stuff on it. And same here. So we do WP substrings. I guess 0th. So like that. And now we should finally, yeah, now you see we're depleting from the thread number 3 and we get it. So at the moment we do wrap. We have to like wrap and it will either crash or maybe like have some gibberish. Oh, actually, I think we can do mapping. Yeah, there you go. Look at this. Array bound check file. The attempted index is 1, but array has dimension 0. So no index is valid. This is it. This is what I wanted to do. And we got it in... yeah, where we try to... I guess... So I think what I'm doing here is 71. Yeah. Oh. What? Array dimensions is 0. How the fuck? This is unexpected to me. It's unexpected that it crashed here. What exactly? You can read about the program here, Akshat. So this is like a keyboard remapper program with like a twist that we're working. And now I'm working on multi-threaded logging because I have multiple threads in this program, all of them log, and I want to like neatly accumulate it in one place and then like dispatch for displaying. So it crashed when I log from main thread, from the main thread. That's like super weird. So this thing inits it. We start the thread, and then when I called it from main, yeah, that's I expected the crash, but I expected different assert to hit, so I don't know why this one hits. This should not have happened, like at all. What does it mean site is 52? Let me check array bounds check. It's in runtime. Array bounds check fail. What the fuck is site? File name. Site is, and file name. Huh. Ah, no, this site is rebounds check. Oh fuck, look at this. Oh, it kind of wrote on top of each other. So this was like, yikes. It's kind of a double one. This is weird. So I see. So there were two breakpoints hit, two breakpoints that got hit. So yeah, I just need to drop down there with the debugger. But yeah. So I think there was a valid assertion that triggered, like, you know, that triggered panic, and another one that hit from the other thread while we were already panicking. So, you know, all the memory like kind of goes loose here, because you can see how instead of writing an actual excite, so maybe 152 is what I'm looking for. 152 GG. 152. Yeah, that might be it. Right? Right positions. Although, like, right positions should also be the same kind of. So we also kind of allocate num builders. So yeah, I mean, I expected a failure, I expected a crash at some point, because I actually never properly wrap around. So I just keep piling and piling and piling. At some point, I do try to wrap, but I never like properly adjust for it on the producer. So we are kind of back where we started, with the only exception is that I now re-implemented it on top of the base log, and also instead of using eventfd, I'm now using a mutex. Yeah, so let's remove all of this. Eventfd didn't really pan out. Yeah, so let me try to crash again. Bam, yeah. Yeah, now we're segmentation faulting, and we're faulting in builder to substring. Yeah, this is what I actually expected. This is what I actually expected. So why this happens is because I wrap around. I set current builder to 0 and count to 0. Right? Why is it nulling though? Why does it think it's null though? Let's check builder to substring. Substring count offset. I see. You see here, I'm trying to alloc. No, not this one. Maybe because I'm trying to alloc 0. Yeah. This is because probably a count is 0 here, so it goes kind of weird. But yeah, we get back. So the logger works. Let me actually print it. And let me, crash it. No, we tried to allocate count 57. But then we cannot. Maybe actually because the builder itself uninitialized. Or the allocator in it. But yeah, I'm gonna take a look at it later. We get back, we log in substrings. The substrings are substringing, and I guess next time we actually handle the wraparound and synchronization. Since now I'm kind of convinced that the initial implementation approach was right. After reading, so what did I do today? Today I spent 2 hours on reading 2 different consumer queues implementation, which kind of told me that I'm doing something sane. And then I tried to like undo the undo because first I tried to undo my implementation, and then I undid it back. I replaced eventfd with mutex weights, and so now next time we will do proper like ring buffer situation, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. Hopefully tomorrow. We'll see if I'm not too tired. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. If I'm tired, then oh well. What can you do, right? I'm gonna skip the stream, but for now, let's find someone to raid. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to hop on Twitch to join the raid. I wish there were raids on YouTube, but unfortunately there is none. Can we even raid someone? Anyone doing like some interesting C stuff? I don't see anyone streaming. Yeah, the category is kind of dead. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, there's Unreal Engine 5 character customizer. It looks like yeah, I mean, you know, it looks like C++. But it's also vibe coder. Yeah, there's like some Claude code action going on. Nah, I didn't do AI, so I'm not gonna raid AI. There's a lot of vibe coders. Vibe clicker. Okay, there's Eduardo. What's Eduardo doing? Eduardo is doing some functional programming. Some ML. Do you want some functional programming? Yeah, there's some like super ML functional programming, but I mean, I don't know, like Twitch is super dead now. I don't even know who to rate. You know what? I already tried. B2B SaaS. Bro. Bro. No wonder so many people are watching. Nobody else to watch. A long-time passion project, UI.
And I'm temporarily an angsty teenage boy. Maybe not temporarily. Maybe this is just who I am now.
This is some... I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's not gonna happen today. Well, people, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to watch. You're gonna have to find someone else to watch. I'm gonna hopefully pop in tomorrow for some more of this. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow I'll be able to wrap it up. We'll see. We'll see. Again, thanks everyone for watching. Have a nice rest of your evening and see you next time. Bye bye. Peace.